Hello? It's me. Give me one sec. I think the tracker was a bit offset. Alright, let's do it. Have not been feeling great recently, but you know how it goes. It's pretty much the entire reason why I even stream development. Is because without streaming it, I think I would not have motivation to work on stuff even when I'm not feeling 100%. Usually when I'm not feeling 100%, I'll either take a nap or yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll take a nap or I'll play video games. Well, I play video games anyways. Whenever I kind of feel like it. Pretty much I'll do whatever I can to get out of working, which is not a good habit. Let's see. What was I doing here? Let me see. I was doing this stuff. So there's your runner, blah, blah. You jump right into it. Okay. Where did I leave off? What are my changes? What was I doing? Good status. Puppet trait. Okay. Cool. I know I was working on some notification manager stuff just cause just late one night I was like, you know what, I kind of feel like working on this. And then I also implemented a get singleton function, which is a bit weird. But it totally works. Let me see, presets. What was I doing? So we go to here. We can look at all the presets that we have. But I believe how they're actually populated. It's your presets page. Yeah, we don't want to look at that. Setup. Model configs. Oh. And then each model config. So we look at our metadata somewhere. Metadata. All right, so that's some sort of name which defaults to your model name, to a path to the config, and then there are model defaults, which are your model name to the config name. Okay. And then you have this. Okay, sure. Run through this. I think I was, oh yeah, I was doing this. I need to hook up the buttons. So you go here, you click on load, and then you get a little debug log. How fancy. Look at that. So you load. How nice. How nice. Actually, I'm looking at this. Did I fix this yet? So I know on some of my implementations of a logger, it doesn't actually format the logs properly. Oh yeah, I didn't fix it. Yeah, see, it's 19, 18, and then just 1. It should be 0, 1 if you want to be the most correct. And then delete doesn't do anything either. Okay. Okay. So I think here, what I should be doing is in my default runner, temp cache manager. I'm still thinking about what I'm even going to be using it for. Because I think having a temporary cache like this that just kind of floats might not be a great idea. You know, it can't be that bad, I guess, either. So there's like two ways that you can go about this. You could have like a read cache kind of thing. So here, preset up scene. How do we determine which model to load in? Model path. Oh, it's this. Yeah, so this part is what we need to change. Let's add it to do. Well, no, I mean, that's pretty much exactly what you want. We could always check to see if something exists in the cache. Yeah. So we can go into error. We could just, yeah, we could just do like none, right? Or we could do this is probably better. Yeah. Never return null. Shuba, remember me, friend. Naked now. It's ringing a bell, but I do not remember your old username. I remember you, though. See, because I know that you are a... I remember you having a different username, but the entire Shuba thing out of nowhere does ring a bell. Yes. Thank you very much for the follow, by the way. What was your old name? Like, you're not even like a... You weren't even like a HoloLive watcher, right? Or are you a HoloLive watcher? I don't think you were. But you still hit me with the Shuba. Not really follow them, no. Yeah, see? Yeah, how are you? It's been quite a bit. It's been quite a bit. Let me see. What I'm working on, I suppose I should reiterate what I'm working on, is this. Check that out. So, takes a screenshot of whatever the last known position was, blah, blah. I'm working on presets now, so I'm basically rewriting this entire application. I need to get a video, a show reel thing done and submitted by the 29th, because 30th is the last day, but I think they run on GMT time, so Greenwich Mean Time, aka 4 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time or Daylight Time. Are we in Standard Time or Daylight Time? Remember Warrior type game and I was watching? Yeah. And then there was like the beans and stuff. Yeah, that was a while ago. That was last year. It's been quite a long time since I've worked on a game. Mostly because I've been caught in this trap of writing a thing that's very complicated. Let me see. Anyways, that's that. I feel like the camera... I feel like this duck is tracking really... I don't know. Something feels weird about the duck, but I'm not sure why. What? Translated a bit less, rotated a bit less. Yeah, something feels weird about how the duck is moving, but I don't know. I'm sunburned as heck. Nice. No, I'm kind of a shut-in, so I don't really get sunburnt anymore. Actually, before I graduated from high school, or high school graduates are about 17 or 18 in the US. I'm not sure where you're based out of. I almost never got sunburns, even though I spent like a ton of time just outside. But then there was 1 month during the summer where I just was outside like nearly, we'll call it 90% of the time, right? Got super sunburnt. Then we went to another place. We went to Malaysia where I got even more sunburns on top of that. But I didn't feel it, of course, because my skin's all sorts of messed up. And so, because of that, because of my basically like doubling down on a really bad sunburn, you know, now I get sunburns really easily. And also, I did not stop shedding skin for like an entire week. My parents were actually so concerned. They were talking about like bringing me to a doctor and paying out of pockets outside of the US. So that was a bad time. I was peeling off like entire like sheets of skin off my shoulders. It was crazy. It's the code I do not understand. Well, the code is very, very complicated at this point because it is written in such a way that you can just load in stuff at runtime. So pretty much everything you see here is all loaded at runtime. These two things are loaded from these things. You go into here. Remote control is loaded at runtime. Well, actually, I guess this debug console is technically not runtime, but it is running at runtime. And works in exported builds. So I've written a lot of tooling. It's very, very fancy. Whether or not that's a good thing or not, you know. We'll leave that to the imagination. Yeah, at the beach though. I don't like going to the beach personally. I'm not really a water kind of guy. No, like I can swim 100%. I would even say that I'm pretty good at swimming, I think. I would even say that I'm pretty good at swimming. To load path. But, well, I'm not good at swimming, but I can swim 100 meters in a pretty good clip, right? Pretty good clip. But after that, just let me drown. I get so nervous in the water. There's not too much I can do about it either, unfortunately. Not too much I can do about it. So the classic thing that they teach you to do when you first start learning how to swim, or at least for most people anyways, is to, you know, you lay back, kind of puff your chest out, and then you'll just kind of float. Yeah, that doesn't really happen with me. I mostly just kind of sink. Like my chest will stay upright, but then the rest of my body will just kind of sink. Which leads to me just going completely vertical. Let me see if model to load path is equal to error. So load path is AM CM, or actually, can't I do config manager Get singleton. Get data. Default model path. And then we just need to check this again. Oh, good. And then if model to load. What does get data give you if it doesn't have anything? Oh, get out of here. Config manager. This has a get singleton and implemented on it. It gets you data. Yeah. I figured. I wasn't sure though. Default value. Let's do that. I don't remember if this will break anything though. Oh, you know what? I should be doing it like that. Because it's actually in too many places at this point. Oh, and actually, oh. Because null value is not actually a null value. Oh, I remember. That's why. It's actually equal to 1. Yeah, so that's why you can't do that. I remember, I ran into that problem. Let's add a note. Can you, the code? Your name is Tim Yun, Viet. No, Viet, if I was Viet, I would be Nguyen. Nguyen. Although, did you know that, to put it in the most American way possible, Nguyen and my last name, Yuan, are actually the same last name, just in different languages? Yeah, but it's because, I don't know actually. Are a lot of Vietnamese people, do they actually have a lot of Han Chinese blood in them? Or do a lot of Han Chinese people have a lot of Vietnamese blood in them? There's the question. No values found for the key. Man, but I get mistaken for Vietnamese a lot, especially when I have short hair. Yeah. Of course, now I'm completely bald, so I get mistaken as Chinese a lot. But actually, I don't get mistaken as Chinese. I am Chinese. When I have really long hair, I get mistaken as either Korean or Japanese, which is nice. It means that I am fairly ambiguous in terms of race. No value. But yeah, when Yuan, most Yuans do not leave Hong Kong though, but it is a somewhat common last name in Hong Kong. But one that you'll see a lot more among Hong Kongers is either NG, pronounced Ng. It's a very annoying last name to say. I also don't know how to pronounce it correctly, because of course it's in Cantonese, right? So it's tonal. Hold on. Where's the default model? So where are my global constants? I should just have the default model stored here, I think. I don't remember what custom types is used for either. Oh, geez. Let's grab the path to duck. Yeah, there's a duck. Duck text scene. We can call this like default model, right? There we go. So now we'll have 3 layers of fall through. And actually, I think here for temp cache manager, you can pull and then also have a default value. Okay. So default value, null. I suppose then you'll just have to check it yourself, I suppose. And then the cache is also not constant. Although I totally could make it constant. It doesn't matter. Yeah, that's fine. But now that this takes a default value, it means that this can get really weird. So actually, so get, and then there's your default value, which means that you can do this. So you can pull, well, pull like that, or we can pull like this. And then get data also takes a default value. So it's like a weird function chain, if you will. So get data, and then here's your last default value. Global constants, default model path. Yeah, there we go. If it isn't, don't. Even if it isn't, you should do it anyway. Just do it, man. So where do I use this? I only use this in one place, right? Okay. Oh, and then default model is here. Okay. Okay. I think that's fine. It's kind of gross, for sure. Default model path. Yeah. Should just work for now. Yeah, it loads it in. Yeah, runner file not found. Code 46. Oh, that's good. File not found. What? How? Where? What was it? Starting load model for thing. Oh, and then it doesn't have anything in it. Okay, interesting. Starting load model for path. Load model goes up here. Load model. I suppose this should actually be using try load model, but maybe not. What does try load model look like? It's been a little bit. Runner traits. Yeah, don't I have a try load model? No, it's just load model, and then try load model is called by load model. That's right. Huh. So it's here, model to load path, but for whatever reason, when we get default model path, we get absolutely nothing. That's weird. Hold on. Give me a breakpoint. Give me a breakpoint. Screens. Default runner. Where is it? Load model. Actually, no, we don't want to go into load model. We want to go here. Give me a breakpoint here. Restart me. Run me. Step into it. Yeah, there's the singleton. Sure. Sure. Get data. Okay. So model config. Yeah, I mean, that looks about right. Yeah. Why wasn't it able to load it then? Right, so we step. So the value here. Oh, I see. I see. Is because metadata has. Because metadata, the metadata thing that we're looking at here, so this is not the metadata, this is the duck, which is not super relevant. We'll go blogs. Yeah. Is that like a suka bliat? I'm not familiar. Yeah. So default model path is empty. Yeah. But we're not looking for an empty value. Okay. So empty values should be treated as non-existent. So actually, what we should be doing is this. So we won't be using the default value here, but we'll be using a default value here. If model, if not empty, else global constant default model path. Yeah, I think that works. Then in puppet traits, not puppet trait, runner trait. Oh, I opened this twice, huh? Let me see, default model path. Yeah, we can move it out of this, well, or we can keep using it, it doesn't matter. They're both kind of the same thing. Although, I mean, if we already have a global constants thing, it's better just to put it there. Puppet trait script path. All right. Let's move that to here as well. Well, I suppose you don't need to have this either. Like, where is this even used? This is used here for load GLB, which I feel like you might not actually want, although maybe you do, I don't know. I guess that's the default, huh? That I don't do anything special with GLBs here. No, I just call load GLB. But actually, I shouldn't be doing any of this here, right? I should be storing puppet traits on the default runner, not on the runner trait itself. Yeah, that makes more sense. So define this here, take this part out, then go here when we're doing all the GLB stuff. Oh. GD script is equal to load puppet trait script path. Result error. Load file failed. Unable to load. Yeah, something like that. Then we can do res unwrap. Set scripts. Yeah, pretty much like that. So we'll take this part out. Model set script, we don't need it. Yeah, and there we go. So instead of setting the script here, so like the runner trait should be as generic as possible. So I shouldn't even be setting the scripts here. This should just load in the model. But in the default runner, that's where we should be loading stuff in. What is this? Hey, what do you mean get tree is not declared in the current path? Hey? Is something broken here? Is it broken on this side as well? This happens sometimes. There's some sort of desync that happens between the external editor and the regular stuff. So like I'm not getting errors here, which is weird. Default runner 295 shouldn't be a problem. Oh, it is a problem. Default model path. Is that correct now? Did I fix it by just restarting, or by fixing the error that the editor wasn't able to pick up? Looks like it's possible. Yeah, okay, cool. Neat. All right, so here, what we can do is what are we doing with the runner path? There is no runner path. Or actually, there is a runner path. I feel like this should actually be done via messaging though. Now that I've already built out all the infrastructure, let's rethink my entire approach. So config changed on event published. I feel like I should be changing this to be like events as opposed to just storing everything in global constants. Global constants. Hold on. Global constants. So signals, yeah. Event published. So we need to listen for event published. That's 100% sure. But then here, it should be like a reload, I suppose. Instead of, yeah. Every single object, unless they have like a direct parent-child relationship, every single object should communicate with other objects over the pub sub. Yeah. I need to internalize that and possibly also like type that out somewhere. Yeah, reload runner. Yeah, so we can do this. So we'll do am pub sub publish global constants reload runner with some sort of data. So name elements. Shouldn't this just be name question mark? Yeah. We'll just pass our name along. Yeah, that's not so bad. Then here in the default runner, we'll catch that. But also in just a regular runner. Here, I remember I'm setting some temp values, but I feel like I shouldn't be doing that anymore. So the runner path and the GUI path. Well, I think that's actually fine. It doesn't hurt, I suppose. just to know what those things are, just in case you need to pull those values somehow. Yeah, that's okay. So here we have global constants reload runner. I feel like I need to go back and refactor that at some point, but for now it's okay. Global constants reload runner. So if it's reload runner, what are we doing? You know what game I've been playing recently? While I haven't been feeling so well, I've been playing a lot of Hades. Now that's a good game. I feel like I kind of beat it. Well, I didn't completely beat it, but I beat the... Spoilers, I beat Hades. Pretty early, so I'm getting a lot of like early game story still. Even though, I don't know, I've already made it to the end many, many times. I suppose it's because I didn't gift enough gifts to any NPC. So I'm still in like early game dialogue territory. So reload runner. We can put that into the temp cache. So we get AM TCM. Or we can do temp cache manager get singleton. So we can push a value. Push. What are we pushing? Model to load. That's what I called it, right? Here, model to load path. Yeah, let's put it here. Model to load. So we try to pull that. If that doesn't exist, then we will return the default model path. And then here, actually, I feel like here we should do if model load path empty, then model to load is equal to global constants default model path. Yeah, that's a bit cleaner, I think. Here in this thing, we'll push this and we can do get tree reload current scene. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but it should probably work. I don't know. I don't have multiple models to test this with though. So let's give it a try. Get tree, yeah, get tree. And then light them up. Invalid call the function push. Oh, sorry. Model to load, and then we'll push payload data. Yeah, something like that. And then we'll reload the current scene, which should just do everything as expected. So we load it. We hit an error. That's good. Resource file not found res. Was I able to catch that as well? See, that's something that's kind of weird, is that I'm still not able to catch some errors, even though I am catching them in my app manager. Or at least I should be catching them here. So standard error, yeah. So I don't actually catch every single error, which is weird. Yeah. Oh, I don't have a logger here. Wait, I should. No. Info and base nil. Oh, sorry. If logger not null, else return. Can't you do that? Or no? Maybe not. That's so weird. That was the entire point of having the redirect, is that I should be able to intercept those, but I guess I'm not able to intercept those. I can only intercept errors sometimes, which is weird. Or actually, am I connecting? I am connecting. My code doesn't work how I think it does. That's disappointing. Okay, so here, what's happening when I'm loading stuff in then? Where's presets? Presets. So this should publish it. This is caught. Yeah, so this is published. Reload runner, default runner, goes here. All right. Just hit me with it, I suppose. So we push that. I'm not able to, actually I can look at it because of how I'm structuring this. So all references live as long as the app manager do, which is intended. So model to load. Oh, it's just duck, but there's no way for it to actually load that in. Okay. Hold on. So yeah, so this should still be data, but here we want to load in, So there's the name elements. I think I can do, I can do AM, CM. Metadata, model configs, and then we'll grab name. Or we can do model configs, get name. Otherwise, just use the default model path. I think. Oh, hello, boys JK. Hello, hello. How are you? Before you ask, I'm doing, I don't know. I've been better. Haven't been able to go on runs recently because I have a pretty big cut actually on the bottom of my foot. That was obtained in the pretty much the dumbest way possible. So also not getting the dopamine from exercise as I usually do. All right, I should do this actually. I might have broken, you might have broken your tooth yesterday? How? Is it chipped? Or do you have like an actual crack in your tooth? AMCM model config. Model configs is not a thing. Well, actually, no, this is metadata. Model configs, that is a thing. So if path, well, hold on. Here, this is what we'll do. All right, so that's the path string. Clean broken, so I might have tried to jump over a pole and failed. So like, your tooth is, so your tooth is like split down the middle, is that what you're saying? Or is it just chipped? There's a difference. If your tooth is split down the middle, you're going to have a bad time. Because there's, as far as I understand it, there's not really a great way of fixing it besides just replacing it, I think. But I'm also not a dentist, so could be wrong. Like a chipped tooth is a chipped tooth, right? Like there's not too much you can do about that. You could just get like I guess a filling, like a really big filling, basically. But if your tooth is cracked and it's like cracked down the middle, from what I understand is that they need to take it out. And then you'll just have a, or it's horizontally. So you like chipped off like the top part of your tooth. Basically, that's what I understand. Like the difference between like cracking your tooth or breaking your tooth and like chipping it. So if you like break your tooth, that means that you need to get it replaced or just pulled out, right? If path empty, path is equal to global constant default model path, and then also we should logger error. No path found for something like that. Chipped off half my tooth? Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. My chin is still healing too? Well, yeah. I mean, your chin will heal. I mean, you're young, right? When you're young, you're pretty much invincible, really. I mean, that's not true, but you bounce back a lot easier. Like I'm still at the point in my life where I still bounce back from a lot of things as well. Like I don't bounce back from like drinking as easily anymore. Like hangovers definitely hit me a lot harder. But also like, I don't know, you want to watch a man just crank out 1,000,000 reps for back muscles, of course. My biceps aren't what they used to be, but triceps are still pretty jacked. Yeah. Like I'm still at the point where my muscles still recover pretty well. Most of my body still recovers pretty well. And I'm probably about 10 years older than you, I think, probably. So yeah, your chin, that's fine. As long as you didn't like break your chin bone. That would probably be pretty bad. Oh, my parents grew corn in their backyard? What the heck? We don't even live in the Midwest. Or they don't live in the Midwest. I don't live with my parents anymore, thankfully. Stupid games win stupid prizes. This is true. Sometimes you win. That's why you watch Team You Win. Yeah, no, I've been there before. I've been there before. Oh, that's not how you do it. Yeah, I remember when I was back in high school, a lot of my friends, and also myself, were more into parkour and all that. Free running, if you will. Like, I'm pretty lucky I never sustained any major injuries. Maybe I kind of messed up my knees, which led to me completely blowing out my knee when I was in university. Yeah, but I remember, like, we would just practice, like on the railings. We would just, like, try to run across the railings as fast as possible. I've slipped off a few times, but I always just kind of, like, landed on my feet. I remember one guy, he did the classic, the comedy classic. Yeah. And by the comedy classic means, so you know, when you're balancing on top of a railing, guess what happens? You slip off on one leg, the other leg goes on the other side, and then you just, like, completely obliterates anything that would be found there. It's, you know, a bad time. Yeah, so that's never happened to me, but a likely story, etc., etc. But no, I don't know. I think the craziest thing I ever did with parkour was, you know, doing the classic wall flip, where you run at a wall and then just kick off it. You generate enough force with your kick off to do a flip. But I don't know. Other than that, I just was pretty okay at landing. Although most of the time I usually just did like a military roll. So why isn't this working? I wonder if it's the path that's being set wrong. Because right now it's looking for a path at nothing, which is incorrect. So the path... There's no path? Well, the debugger is not going to tell me, which is very annoying. Alright. Before you got a video of me eating the concrete after the jump. No, I never trust myself with anything having to do with vertical heights. My vertical leap is horrible. Yeah, so this is correct. This is passing the correct thing. It's unfortunate. Then here we catch it. All right, step me. So there's your payload. That's your data. Yeah. That's right. Signal name, reload runner. And then here, model to load path. All right, step me. Ooh. All right, this is correct, sure. We can get rid of this. I think Godot should just hot reload it, so it'll be fine. Non-existent. Eh? What? Did it break? How? Get singleton. Gonna go see you next time. All right. Thanks for popping in. Much appreciated. Take it easy, JK boys. Step in. Step in. Singleton name is not null. Self. I don't have any way of checking that, but I can check it if I go here. Constants. I think something broke. Oh, it's because it reloaded, so everything broke. Okay. Okay. So setup, scene, whatever. Skip me, skip me. Presets, load. That's right. Yeah. What? What's going on? Resource loader. Get tree, reload current scene. Huh? So you're not able to reload the current scene? Huh? Reloads the currently active scene. Returns OK on success if error unconfigured if no current scene was defined yet. Error can't open a current scene, cannot be loaded into a packed scene, or error can't create if the scene cannot be instantiated. What? 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 Okay, so I wonder what error it's giving me then. So reload current scene, that returns an error. Sure. I don't know. Maybe with a print. We'll just print it, whatever. These work as expected, sure. Go into presets, look at what prints out. So that's 19. Sure. So I'm assuming it can't open as 19, yeah. Okay, interesting. If current scene cannot be loaded into a packed scene. Because yeah, it wasn't loaded into a packed scene. That's annoying. Okay, so here's what we can do. Here's what we can do. That's presets, we don't want that. Default runner. All right, so we can't do this. I wonder. Actually, let's just go into this really quickly. Debug, and we'll do, I don't know, return get tree. Okay, doesn't really help, but that's fine. I know what the scene tree looks like. Oh, get child and oh, sure. Get tree roots. That's your default runner. Get resource path. Does it have a resource path? No, it does not. Can I get the script and then get the resource path for its scripts? Yeah, there's your script. And then can I get resource path based off of that? Get resource path? Or is it just resource path, right? Get. Okay. That'll work. It's a bit weird. It's a bit weird. I wonder if that happens for everything else. I don't know, we're starting to dive deep down into like weird Godot functionality. So we get the singleton, we push that. And then also here, pull get if rets, yeah, if actually that might cache erase, hold on, if ret is not null, then cache erase. Well, probably shouldn't do that, huh? All right, never mind. Let's not do that. We'll keep it like that. It should only be cleared when absolutely necessary. Key string cache erase key. Yeah, there we go. That's all right. Erases a given key from the cache. Phenomenal. Who would have guessed? All right, here, let me think. In runner traits, we can have a few things. There's generate preview. That's fine. Generates a preview. This one, func get path. Resource path. Okay. There we go. I think that's fine. Virtual function that path to the resource. That takes a screenshot to be used. The runner preview screen. Okay, sure. So I think here, what we can do, it's a bit weird, for sure. Run runner. So we can reuse this entire logic though. It's strange. It's strange. Because the problem is that this is not a pack scene, so there's not an easy way to just replace it. And actually, since we still have the runner path and the GUI path, that's fine, I suppose. We always just store those in the temp cache. So I suppose get path is not super necessary. You know what? We don't need this. We can reuse all of that stuff. TCM. So we push that, and then we'll grab the runner path. Pull runner path var GUI path. So we'll need to reload pretty much everything. Yeah. So I'll pull those from the temp cache. And then, what was I doing here? Runner. Oh, and then I should also do a really quick null check, but for now. What am I doing? Go here. This should always be wrapped in a result. Wait, no. If, wait, var return if ret is not null, return results, let's return results error, error code, so file, blah, blah, temp cache manager. Where are my temp cache stuff? temp cache key not found. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay. So we'll wrap everything. Wrap everything like that. Default runner. Where? Hold on. It's the result. So unwrap, so not model to load result, or it's empty. Model to load path. Okay. Model to load path. Load path. Model to load path. Try to a model at an empty path. So that's an error. This one should be logger error. Unable to find unable to find a model to load. Something like that. So that pretty much makes it null safe. Something like that. Then we'll do if. Hold on. If runner path is null or is error. Logger error. We'll two-string it. Okay. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. So there's your runner. Runner equals runner instance if runner is a pack scene, else runner new. I feel like this is something that I should also do a thing and wrap this code. So we're following dry principles. Do not repeat yourself. Don't repeat yourself, I should say. You know, I've noticed something that people who are programming like Godot, they'll sometimes just do this in order to get like the type inference. But that just bothers me a lot. Like, this is not how most things do it. Most things do it like this, which is, as far as I know, that's Golang style, but I think, isn't that also how Swift does it? And a few other functional languages also do it like that. So this indicates that you are allocating a new variable, whereas if you just do an equal sign, it means that you're assigning to an existing variable, which are two different things. Alright, so runner is equal to load runner path, and then we'll do the load runner path stuff, blah blah. And we just do a quick null check here if the result is null or runner path result is an error. So let's restring it and then return. Oh, actually, I should return here as well. Path results wrap. There we go. Is equal to GUI. Oh, I didn't load it yet. That's right. GUI is equal to GUI instance if GUI is a packed scene, else it must be a script. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think I should also do these checks as well. You know, I feel like I need like just a thing to handle this for me. Hold on. Because right now it's not so bad, but I do also have just, you know, a control util, which, you know, it's a util for controls. Let me see. Should I have like, and then there's also like a JSON util, which is explicitly for JSON. JSON. Let me think. I'm gonna refill my drink, by the way. I'll be right back. Hello, ya boys back. Let me see. So I have control util, JSON util. That's also fine. Those things do need to have test coverage. Let's add a file or like a load util, if that makes any sense. Well, it's not really like a load util because it's not actually being used for all types of loading. We'll call it like a What kind of loader is this, right? Because I also have loaders defined on the runner trait, right? So there's even like a find loaders, right? And then these are all the load functions that need to be defined on whatever runner. So the idea is that you can mix and match which loaders you want to use. And it should just work. And in theory, it does just work. Description name is equal to something like that. So run runner. I need to abstract this out. I need to abstract that out. Because I'm redoing this elsewhere, which is not good. Yeah, so a resource loader, resource loader would be a great name for this, but actually Godot already has a resource loader, so let's think of something else. It's not a file util, because that would imply that it wraps a file. Like JSON util implies that it wraps it. It's utils for JSON. Control util implies that it's utils for controls. We can call it like a safe loader util, something like that. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So we'll call it like a safe, or like a loader util. I think. Loader util, it's just a reference. There we go. Oh, that's not it. Loader util, fantastic. We'll go loader util. Doesn't really have anything in it. We'll give it a class name. All right. So static function. Call it load. So override the built-in load function, huh? Takes in a path. Returns a result. Might technically not be valid, but we'll figure it out. So far file. Not file exists. Let me think. If not file exists, then we should return result error code file not found. Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? So some sort of resource is equal to, oh, that's why. Load path. Okay, so now we're not shadowing, which is good. So a load path object is equal to resource instance if resource is a pack scene, else that stuff. Okay, cool. Object name is equal to path get base name get file. Okay. So that wraps a few of these. That's pretty much it. Yeah. That's pretty much it. That's all you really need there. So let's start rewriting a few bits of this. Runner is equal to loader util load path runner path. We'll call it the results. Sure, some sort of result. Then var runner is equal to res unwrap. If res is null or res is error, run runner does not get returned, right? Yeah, okay. So we do need to log it. Logger error. So that's your runner, sure. Yeah. No? Loader util. Yeah. So that should work in roughly the same way. Let's go back to result. And we can have another static here, which is like static. So we can check. So given a result, they'll give you back a Boolean. So return results not null. Well, we'll do is failed. Or results is error. Something like that. Yeah, that is way cleaner because I actually use the same pattern pretty much everywhere. Yeah, because you need to check to see if one, the result is null or not, because if the result is null, that means that this thing, the function actually had an error inside of it, and so it bailed out early. Yeah. Or if there's an error. So if the result is is an error, that means the function completed, but it ran into an error, right? But if the result is null, that means that the function actually ran into an uncatchable error, which is different. So it checks if the result is invalid or contains an error. The result to check. The true if the result is null or is an error. Oh, and actually, we can do something like this. If result is null, results is equal to results. Oh, you can't do that. Actually, I think you can do this. I've never tried it though. Oh, you know, it probably does not. Yeah, no. It might be fine. It should not be cyclic. So here we'll call this like function failure. Error. Oh, hello, Kratos. How are you? Something like that. So give this a save. But yeah, how are you, Kratos? I'm fine, just very hot here. It's a bit narcissistic to call yourself hot, but I understand. If you got it, flaunt it, you know what I'm saying? Okay, let's check to see if this even works. This is something I should have put in way earlier, because this is pretty nifty. This isn't a runner, by the way, so we don't want this. Let's actually mess it up intentionally. Yeah. It's also very, very hot here, so I'm assuming we both live in the American South. Or possibly not. Possibly you live in another part of the world that's also very hot. It's a distinct possibility. Yeah, you can't do this. You have to do this, which is annoying. But it'll work. Invalid get index code on base GD scripts. Really? Oh, it's... Oh, you passed in an error new. Okay. So error... with no description. That's true. I live in Germany. That's like the American South. That's pretty much the American South. If you go to... Hold on, I know it. There's the American military base at Frankfurt. Is it Frankfurt? No. It is the biggest massing of Americans outside of the U.S. though. I guess if you don't count the actually even during the Iraq War, I have no idea. Isn't there's a huge American military base, biggest American military base in Germany. Oh, Google is listening to me. It says, oh, it's Ramstein. Sorry. It's Ramstein Air Base. But where is that near? Is it near Frankfurt? Ramstein Missenbach. Yeah, no, probably not near Frankfurt, huh? Yeah, the only thing I know about it though is that it's or at least it used to be back like 2 years ago. It used to be the biggest massing of just Americans anywhere outside of the US. Oh, that's not it. All right, press run. We should run into here. Invalid get index code on base GD script. Huh? Oh, it's called code. Sorry. So it contains an error, and then there's no description. Yeah, I think that should be fine. So we run into this logger error, toString and base nil. Eh? What do you mean? I need to make sure this works really quickly. So we run into here, step in, result is null, result. Yeah. Then the result should. Oh, am I not allowed to modify the results while it's inside of there? I thought you should be able to though, right? Because it's passed by reference. It's actually very near where I live. 30 minutes with car. I never heard of it. Really? I suppose that's fair. From what I've read though, it's one of the, at least with the US's many wars in the Middle East, which I do not approve of, by the way. I did not vote that way. But anyways, the current presidency has also failed me anyways. Who cares? Yeah, but from what I heard, Ramstein Air Base is responsible for a lot of the, I guess, drone control, I think, in the Middle East. Or American drone control. Or at least maybe it's like a signal forwarder. Something like that. Because it's like in between the US mainland and in the Middle East. So they like broadcast up to a satellite or something, and the airbase does a thing. A question, what are the advantages you can deal with an external editor? Use VS Code sometimes. I usually do use VS Code, yes. And there are things you can find better in the internal editor since you sometimes don't use it, maybe. Yeah, I think the internal editor is nice if you want to do things like this. So you can jump straight to a thing, or you can jump straight to documentation, which I think is something that people don't use enough, is that like this is super useful, being able to pull up documentation right in the editor. So that's why I like to use the internal editor. And also the internal editor gives you access to the breakpoint. Your debugger stuff is all right here, which is nice. You don't really get the same thing using the external editor. Where the external editor shines is that I have all these extensions. So the big ones for me are rainbow brackets. So you might notice that a lot of my brackets are sometimes multicolored. So you can kind of see here that this, result error or logger error has yellow brackets, and then inside it has red brackets. So Godot, I don't think does that for you, which is annoying. Yeah, Godot just uses the same color for all of the brackets, or parentheses, whatever you want to call them. Also, Godot does not support multiple views, so this is very useful, being able to look at two things at once. Being able to look at two things at once, very, very useful. Yeah, let's run this again, by the way. This doesn't look right. So step in. Yeah, so results should be set here. But then it doesn't actually set the resource either. Because the resource is still null. Is there no documentation when you use it on VS Code in Unity? For example, no matter what IDE you use, you always have access to the documentation. Well, if you click on this, yeah, you don't get anything here. Yeah. Doesn't the editor, if you use it, or if you use it via VS Code, at least for Unity, doesn't it just bring you to like the online documentation? So like you can look at the kind of inline documentation here, but I don't know why I would do that. But yeah, I guess if it would be nice if the VS Code Godot extension brought you to the, you know, the Godot. Like if you clicked on button here, it would bring you to this page. If you control clicked on it, that would be nice. Or maybe even if like threw you back to Godot and pulled up the documentation here in the editor as well. That might be nice. But yeah. Yeah. We've also run into an error here. Just reload it real quick. It'll figure itself out. Run me. Sure. So then the resource is still null, even though I am setting it inside of the function. So it doesn't persist, which is weird because it should be passed by reference because results is a reference. For me, I can only speak for Visual Studio. VS Code and Writer, although you get the documentation like you get it in Godot's editor. Do you? Well, that's neat. So it's all inline? I don't know. I remember when I was doing Unity like years and years ago, back in like 2019, which actually isn't that long ago, but you know. It was in the before times. You always had to reference the online documentation because there was no like in-editor documentation. And that's actually one of the benefits of using Godot, in my opinion, is that you get in-editor documentation, but maybe that's changed. Yeah, so this runs into an error and then just bails out. Let me see. Something doesn't seem right here. You get the add-ons wrong? Well, whatever. I changed the Godot, so let's not talk about the Unity past. The add-ons wrong. I don't know. It's possible. It's possible. But I don't remember Unity having in-editor. Does Unity? I don't know. We can don't have to ask a question. You just Google it, right? So Unity. Yeah, I don't know. Visual Studio Docs. Microsoft Show Docs. Access. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess it does. Cool. But anyways, what I'm trying to work on, and I actually saw the page up, is I'm working on getting, as my stream title says, props and presets functioning so I can submit something for the Godot Showreel 2022. Because I'm pretty much there, right? So like this is what I have so far. I'm not sure if you've seen it recently. I do need to get rid of this. So we go here, skip the breakpoints. Oh no. Hey. Non-existent function add child in base int. Hey. Oh, did I not return the correct thing? Oh, I did not. That's right. In base int, yeah. So now this should work. Boom, skip the breakpoint. Yeah, so here, and then you can turn on tracking. It takes a little bit because it needs to initialize a tracker. But then this technically works the same as this does, but it's just missing presets, which I feel like most people don't actually use because they're not fully implemented just yet. And then features, which is really just props. So here I just directly call it props, and then I have everything else just be configurable elsewhere. So props would be beautiful to have, but at the very least, just cutting together a few clips of, you know, basically this, like, we can do stuff, we can blink, and then we can load in additional anime models, something like that, right? So I understand it's fine just to use the internal editor in Godot. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I think if you don't need the ability to do like things like this, like I find this very useful, the ability to do file new. That's pretty sick. Big fan of that. I'm sure that you can do, yeah, you can do find in files, Control-Shift-F in Godot, but I don't know. I feel like VS Code has better support for find and replace. It's just nicer to use. And then, you know, rainbow brackets is probably one of the biggest things I cannot not use. I'm sure there's a way to do it in Godot, I suppose, if you were to write like an editor plugin. But that's something I really, really like, is having different colored brackets. Right, I suppose this stems from me doing things like this. So I go to dev. Where's my? Because sometimes I like writing things in Lisps. Like this. Hi bots. I think bot has the most. Yeah, something like this, right? So this is Highlang, which is a Lisp written in Python. Should be as performant as Python. I think that was one of the design goals, which isn't saying much, but you know, you don't want to be less performant than Python. I hate that Godot editor has no refactoring, so at least I never found it. It does have find and replace, but it's just not as verbose, or not as robust as using an external editor. But also, things like this. See, look. Look at how many thingamajigs you have here. So once you get used to having this many nested parentheses, it's hard to go back from it. Oh, how do I zoom out? Appearance, reset zoom. Yeah, I don't remember what my numpad 0 is on this keyboard. Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing though. 100% is having the multicolored brackets. Because otherwise, I have a really hard time, I guess, matching brackets. Just a glitch with my eyes. All right, but I need to figure out what the heck is going on here, because this doesn't allow me to set this value. Maybe I should have like a normalize. Or possibly I could have like a print, right? Or it's not toString, right? So this isn't working for whatever reason. I don't know why. So return result is null, or yeah, probably my biggest complaint about Godot though is that it does not have try catch, which makes it really hard to do things properly, I suppose. So instead, I think what a lot of people don't realize is that whenever a Godot function hits an error, what it'll do is it'll bail out of the current function, which means that you need to write your functions in such a way that they all return error codes. So either OK or the actual error code, which is why I have this result class, which I'm trying to puzzle out right now. Because it's not working how I think it works. Or maybe it's because like static functions don't have, you're not allowed to set variables inside of a static function maybe. But if you want to do things safely, as opposed to just breaking immediately, you need to do it like this. So instead of returning like an error code, I instead return a result which contains either an error code or the actual object from the result of the function. So I only use this for slow functions. You know, for things that need to, you know, update every single frame, it's better not to use the result. So toLog string. Result toString if result null else. Hold on. Where's my error? Error. Oh no. Error. Function failure. Yeah. So we take this out. This is no longer valid, but this is function failure. Please report. I go to sleep now. It's 3 a.m. here. Wish you a nice dream. Oh, thank you. Have a nice sleep. Have a sweet dreams, etc., etc. Guten Nacht. I don't remember how to say night in German. I think it's Nacht. I know it's not Morgan. Shamefully enough, German is one of those languages I just have not tried studying at all. Please report. All right, so here, runner. Where's the error? I go here. That's fine. Run me. Non-existent, yeah, that's fine. So I suppose this should be toLog string. Something like that. So that should be okay. Function failure, please report. Okay, so that's okay, I think. So we wrap the result in many, many layers of just null safety. I was totally kidding when Americans try to speak German, but tell me Germans have a horrible English accent. Don't worry, my horrible English accent bleeds over to pretty much every language I speak. Or I, attempt to speak. I wonder if it's possible to grab A current call stack trace. Or actually, yeah, isn't there a way to get a call stack? Prints, am I not doing, sorry, I have German accent when I speak English. Oh yeah. No, I get it. Like, I have a American accent when I speak pretty much everything. Stack trace, get stack, get stack. And then get stack gives you yeah, something like that. So runner, I don't know where the error is coming from. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll just ignore the error for now. It'll run anyways. Godot is just having a moment. Oh, get stack to string. Are you not allowed to do this? ToString is not declared on base array. Oh, sorry. Just stringify, it'll be fine. Yeah, I'm sure everyone has an accent when they speak a language that isn't their native one, right? Unless you're one of the lucky peoples who, I guess, was lucky enough to have parents who were, one, spoke more than one language, and two, decided to speak that language to them when they were kids. I am one of the people who is not lucky enough to have that happen. My parents decided not to teach me Mandarin Chinese, or Cantonese for that matter. What am I doing here? So give this a save. Where was logger? There's logger. All right. But anyways, go to sleep. It's late for you. Gut stack. Why do I not? No, I guess that's fine. I mean, that is the call stack, and then get stack should just work in pretty much anywhere, right? Yeah. Should work in exported builds, I believe. So there's your stack. How am I doing this here? Message. Stacks. Well, actually, yeah, we'll just do for I in stack. That's fine, because then we have this dictionary of things here, or this array of dictionaries. So we don't care about. Well, maybe we do. I don't know. For I in stack, I don't remember what the heck I'm doing here. It's so weird. Message plus equals so this is I, what did I call it? Function, line, and then source. Line, source file, which should be I function, I think it was called line, yeah, and then source. then here, we'll return this string, function failure, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there we go. So then we'll just try that really quickly. Please report. Okay, that seems all right. Put 2 lines between this. Stack trace. All right, give me one more time. So we run this, and then this is what you get. Stack trace, function failure, please report, stack trace, func 2log. All right, let's make it look a bit better, I suppose. One more time. So this might seem extraneous or like super extra, right? But for me, this makes it a lot easier to trace things, if that makes any sense. All right, I see what I was doing here though. -2. I think that'll be okay. Hold on. So there's on run. What was I doing? What was I doing before? 2log string run runner. Okay, so I shouldn't be doing it. 2. I should have been doing 1, I suppose. Like this. Right. So run runner and then on run. It's possible that my trace thing here is also doing it incorrectly, but I don't know. I think that seems okay though. So we have 2 static functions. We check to see if it's failed, and then we also check to see if we check to see if it's failed, and then we can also log something in a basically pretty prints it, if that makes sense. Yeah, function failure, please report. So we should never hit a function failure. That should never ever happen. Okay. Anyways. Seems pretty good. 2log string res. There we go. So we go back to here, just run it. We load in, how nice. Okay, cool. So get rid of results. There's our loader util, how nice. It just returns the results, which is fine. And then we do everything here. So there's load path, and then we can have like a load runner, which uses itself, maybe. Are you allowed to call static functions from themselves? I don't remember. Guess we can have like a load runner. Returns a result, and we'll do the same thing that we're doing here, but I'm trying to break it up because I need to use it in several places. So we add the GUI. Grab the root scene. Oh, the scene tree. Get. Oh, you can't get tree from here, but you can do engine gets. Oh, it's not. Is it called engine? Yeah, engine get main loop. Yeah, something like that. And then we can do the same thing here. So engine get main loop current scene. I feel like this is not going to work how I think it works. Let's get the main loop first, right? So scene tree, and by main loop I mean get the scene tree first. Something that's kind of interesting about Godot is that you can actually bypass the scene tree entirely and just use your own main loop, which is bizarre, I think. But it'll also just work. The singleton, and then we'll push. Hey, oh. Change this to a scene tree, and we should get correct type hinting as well. Seems kind of weird though how if you just inherit from main loop, not scene tree, then your current scene might not actually be like a valid node. How the heck does that work? Or does main loop not even have roots? Oh, main loop does not have a root. Oh, that's interesting. The more you know. So return results okay. So I think I can take all of this out here and then just replace everything with a call to loader util, load runner. Hold on. Res. Hold on. So comments all of this stuff out. Resource, some sort, or not resource, result is equal to loader util load runner. So if this failed, logger error, result to log string, something like that. So we can start this again. Seems to work correctly. Try to load a model at an empty path. Really? Oh, that's true. Yeah, it does try to load a model at an empty path. Okay, cool. So I've successfully wrapped this, which means that we can then go to default runner. And here, we don't need to do any of this garbage. We do need to grab the runner path. But then here, we can just do grab the GUI path. Result failed. Res. Logger error. To log string. GUI path res. And actually, they should be using the same results. Because as soon as we hit a bad result, we just return anyways. So you might as well just reuse it, right? Something like that, right? Okay, cool. So then we have both of those. Oh, okay. And then here, just really quickly, res is equal to null. Just gotta make sure that this also works. Doesn't seem fine, but technically it did work. It did log out what happened, which is fair. Actually, this doesn't seem right. I feel like load runner should not do all of this garbage. It should just return the runner. 2. Switch to runner. Something like that. So you have runner, runner path, some sort of string, GUI path. Okay. Okay, I think this will work. So we grab all of these things. It's a bit weird, but I think it's necessary if you want to do things super null safely. Yeah, there we go. That should work, and then we'll just return the runner through here. So this is switch to runner. Yeah, there we go. Take out all of this stuff. Yeah, should be okay. And then in default runner, we can have switch to runner. Switch to runner, so you have your runner path and a GUI path. Okay. Although I feel like whenever I'm doing like the logger error stuff, maybe it should just be the logger that's handling it. We'll think about it. It's easier if I just assume everything is a string though. Maybe. I'll need to rethink that, I think. So we go here, what happens? Well, nothing really happens, right? So then if we go here, bum bum, load in, default GUI, I accidentally clicked on the option to switch stuff. Yeah, okay, cool. I mean, it seems to work. Unhandled file formats? Unhandled file formats? Really? Where? Yeah? Really? Really? So does that mean that this is no longer valid? I don't know where this is coming from, but we load this in. Run. Load me. Sure. Where did that error come from? It came from runner traits. 207. Run me. Go to presets. Load. What is the file extension that we're looking for? JSON? I mean, that's true. What is the path? Try load model. What? Model to load path. Oh, that's the config. Oh, okay. No, that's right. That's right. It's because the preset is wrong. Hello, Caveman 77. How is it going? It's going. It's going. How are you? You know, I've been in a my mental state's been better. That's for sure. You know, it's going all right, I suppose. Just trying to crunch this out so I can get something that looks exciting to look at for the Godot Showreel 2022. How are you? How are you? Because like right now, this is what I have, right? I mean, actually, technically, this is what I have, right? So we're able to track all kinds of models. This is probably I guess the most exciting part of it is that you can, just gotta wiggle it out really quick, is that you can load in VRM models. How cool, how fancy. So this technically supports VRM models, but I'm working on getting props set up. So you might notice that props is not set up right now. And I'm working on also on getting presets set up. So presets in this one work, blah, blah. So you can switch to all sorts of preset configurations for different models, et cetera, et cetera. But you might notice the UI looks a lot better and also very similar to how Godot does their UIs. So yeah, everything. So if you're talking about like model configuration, and also check it out, you can have multiple of the same UI up on the same screen at the same time, and they will sync to one another. So, and then it's really easy to just show and hide it. How do you capture an OBS? So right now it's just using, what is it called? Just window capture. You can also do game capture if you have a transparent background, so you can switch the background. I also have it configured to do spout sending. So yeah, if you do game capture, then you can do a transparent background, but then you need to change your OBS settings, but that's not really my problem. But I also have spouts configured for this build, but it's kind of buggy right now because I think of how, it's because of how Godot does its texture storage on the OpenGL side. I just need to figure it out, and I need to go through it with a debugger. But where spouts allows you to capture it, so you forward the texture directly to OBS. So it's a lot faster than, I guess, whatever. How do you get rid of the background and window capture? So if you want to get rid of the background and window capture, oh geez. What you would do is you would go to, hold on, this one. So this is the thingamajig. You go to properties. Hold on, that's not properties. You go to filters. Yeah, and then you just choose the chroma key color. So you add an effect, choose chroma key. Yeah, chroma key right there. And then you just gotta play with the values until it looks like it works. So window capture, I think, is a lot faster because any sort of transparency incurs a performance detriment, right? Because if you want transparency, then your OS needs to tell your application what's behind your window, right? And I think that's why it's slower. I haven't verified it, but that's just, I've heard it's slower. And that's the explanation that makes sense to me. Yeah, OBS has built-in chroma key, which is nice. Yeah, but there is a current release. If you go to, I don't have the URL handy, but now check this out. Boom, open this up in GitHub. Beautiful. Something that people don't realize is that Godot is not sandbox, so it does have access to your actual OS, which allows you to do stuff like that. Yeah, so yeah, if you're interested in it, the current release that I'm using right now, not this one, is available on GitHub under the releases section. I suppose if you're not familiar with GitHub releases, it's kind of hard to find. It used to be called OpenCFace GD, but that has since changed. If only because people thought this was affiliated with the OpenCFace project, which is not. I do have their blessing to use their tracker, though, I think. Let me see, though. What I'm working on are presets, as I've mentioned before, and props, which are slightly more fancy, which are technically in this version, but I broke them the last time I refactored the entire prop system and config system. Configuration is hard. It's harder than it seems, unfortunately. Let's see. I think you're the only one who does VTubing thing in Godot. Yeah, well, it's because VTubing is hard, man. And really, like when I first started programming this stuff, it wasn't really meant to be like an entire application. You know, I just thought it'd be cool to figure out like how the heck does this work? Because the only open source stuff at that time was vMagick Mirror. Yeah, vMagick Mirror. I don't know where the GitHub is. Yeah, here's the GitHub. But it's a lot of the stuff is in Japanese. Like even their stuff. It's like it's not hard to, I guess, convert. No, not this. God, I hate how Unity structures everything. It reminds me so much of Java. So you just have ultra nested whatevers with meta files, which makes things even harder to look at. Hold on. Face control. Oh my god. Yeah. So it's not hard to convert from like C# to Godot. Like if you're decent at programming, converting stuff from language to language isn't hard. But you know, everything being in Japanese is kind of a non-starter. So I decided just to roll my own implementation just to see how hard it would be. And as it turns out, it's very, very difficult. You know? Mapping things onto a model, very difficult. Doing things in 2D, a bit easier because you only have basically 2.5 dimensions to worry about. Up, down, and then like an imaginary Z dimension, if you will. What do you use for tracking? I'm using OpenCFace, but I am working with MediaPipe. I do have MediaPipe working with Godot. So if I open up this thing, this is the test thingamajig. I'm not going to start it because it will break my current camera. Yeah. So I do have MediaPipe working on Windows with CPU, and then it should just work on Linux with GPU tracking. So MediaPipe gives you face tracking, iris tracking, aka eyeball tracking, and also it gives you hand tracking, which is something that OpenCFace does not give you. So that's the next thing that I want to do after I complete this current rewrite. But OpenCFace is not bad. It just has a lot of manual mapping that you have to do, which can be kind of tough. But yeah, I mean, everything is free and open source, right? All I ask is, you know, please give me a star on GitHub. That's all I want, so I can impress recruiters so they stop questioning me. Have I seen Slive VR? No, I have not. Slive VR? Is that how you spell it? Sliver? Slime VR. Is this what I think it is? Wasn't this called something different, or is this not? Is this the open source one, or is there? Oh, this is the open source one. I have seen this one, yeah. Yeah. Because I know there's a few of these. So there's this one, and then there's another one where all you need to do is like print something out, and then it should just work. You know what I'm talking about? So there's this one, and I think there's another one that's not open source, but then all you need to track is just like you print out some QR codes and then stick them to your body, and then it just works. But it's not open source, I think. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I've seen this one, but this one has like a cost because you need to buy their stuff. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, do you know what it's called? I had a list of things to do. Let me see if I can find my list. Yeah, I had a list, but then I lost it. So now I no longer have the full list anymore. Yeah, so let's Slime VR to it. Stretch. Slime VR, sure. But how hard would it be? What is tracking world? I don't know what this is. But as long as it's open source and they have like a protocol and whatnot, an open VR overlay for full body tracking. Well, if it's Rust, I'm familiar with Rust. So you might notice that it appears that there is some sort of lip sync working. So I did write a Rust thing for lip syncing. I am confident enough in my Rust skills to write a Rust thing. Integration with the Godot via GD native, not too hard. Yeah. But MediaPipe is next on the list. Full stop. Where MediaPipe is C++, which I'm much less confident in. Because C++ is difficult. Strongly dislike C++. Alright, what was I doing? There was loader util, that's fine. Here. Oh, it's because, oh, it's presets. Here, I need to set the path from the model config. So there's your config. Parse string, and then this doesn't give you a result. Oh, this does give you a result. Okay, so I do need to check this. How did you end up with Godot? I tried Unity before, and I've also tried Unreal. I've also tried GameMaker. I actually, out of Unity and Unreal, hello Pivot Guy, hello Dash, how are you? Out of Unity, Unreal, GameMaker, and Godot, I liked Godot the most and GameMaker second, right? Because I think Unreal is really nice. I like how you have access to all the internals, but it's just very complicated. And also it uses C++ plus a lot of macros to do a lot of what it needs to do, which is very painful. Like, can I do C++? Yes. Do I want to do C++? No. And also Unreal, kind of heavy to run as well. Whereas Godot is very light and works everywhere, which is nice. Watch too much anime. Yeah. But yeah, Godot, easy to use, very object-oriented, which is not the most efficient thing, but, you know, it works. It's easy to understand, especially if you are, I guess, an enterprise programmer, which I am. Well, I'm technically actually a consultant, but mostly work with enterprise customers who use object-oriented. So Godot is almost completely object-oriented, unless you go super duper low level. But yeah, which anime did you watch today? Assuming it's like a standard 12 episode season, or 13 episode, that's about 6 hours. That's not, I mean, it is like a waste of time, but I also spent like a ton of time today just playing video games, so it could be worse. Could be worse. Oh. There's your path, and then we'll pass in the path here. Yeah, these are the configs. These are not right. Yeah, basically choose Godot because it's easy to use. I like Python. I think Python is something that has a lot of people on both sides of the aisle. Some people really like it. Some people really don't like it. most people have an opinion about it, unlike something like I suppose Java, which is more what's the word? It's pushes people to one side, which is like Java is bad, which is not true. Java's not bad. Java is just very verbose. Yeah, I like Godot. It's Python, but it's open source, unlike Unity, which is not open source. You have to pay for source. So like the engine build that I'm using right now has a few things. So one, like I mentioned, spout support. I implemented this. Wasn't too bad. Just had to link against a DLL, which is fine. How nice. Very good. Magia record. What's Magia record? Magia record. Isn't that... Yeah, that's Madoka Magica, isn't it? Yeah. Isn't... Oh, this is a side story. Oh, I thought Magia record was like a... Yeah, it was a game. Have I played the game? I have played the game. It's very bad. Like, Madoka Magica is a good show. Watch a third... There's a third season? How many seasons of Magia record are there? Magia record is an alternative story of the Madoka Magica, yeah. No, but it's tiring. I spent the whole day today figuring out why log4j is not reading its config file. Yeah, I think in Java, if you're doing a lot of like custom stuff, especially if you're using like Spring or, yeah, just Spring. I was going to say Spring Boot, but I suppose nowadays when people say Spring, they actually mean Spring Boot. Whereas when I was doing Spring, there was like Spring MVC and then there was Spring Boot, so you had to specify. But I think everyone's moved over to Spring Boot at this point. Yeah, Java can be hardest if you're using a lot of AutoWire stuff. Like, I'm familiar. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me. Also, let's see if this works. Go into presets. No errors. Load. No errors. Oh, baby. Presets are working. So now I just need to be able to load in a second type of model. And then also I need to do delete, which can be kind of difficult. So let me see. How do I check to see which... How do I know which one is currently loaded in right now? AMCM. So waiting for Madoka Magica's 4th movie. It doesn't have a release date yet. They're still making... Are they still making content for Madoka Magica? That came out like a while ago though, right? Madoka Magica, sure. Like it's very popular. Yeah, it came out in 2011. Are you kidding me? That's so old. There's QB, my favorite. That's crazy. Considering that the main story was only like it was like a 12 season or a 12 episode season. Yeah, 12 episodes. That's wild, dude. There's all stupid dependencies that Ant was loading into the class path. Well, I mean, at least you're using Maven, right? And you're not having to use Gradle, where Gradle has a ton of like weird external dependencies that you have to deal with. And that's the 4th movie last year. Man, his 12 episodes plus the movie. What's the movie? Is it what you were talking about, Magia Record? Have I seen the movie? I don't know. What does my Annie list say? What is it called? Magia Record? Nope. Madoka. No, I've only seen the anime, I guess. The movie is Rebellion. I have not seen it. That does not ring any bells whatsoever. Yeah. Oh, so you're using Maven. Maven's not bad. It's a lot more manual than what most people are used to having to use. Yeah, it could be a lot worse. Get data, model config. Give me the model config. Model config. There's your config name, their config description. So if var config name get data if config name is equal to name, which is a self name, then we'll do some sort of logger error unable to delete config, where I guess config is currently in use. This is where I would like to use a CMS if I had one. Movie is continuation of the main story. It's a must watch. What is it called? Madoka Magica Rebellion? Oh my god. There's all the series. The movie. Okay. It's a continuation. Oh my god. When did this come out? Why have I not seen this? Oh, I have so many things to watch. I've started watching Demon Slayer. And Demon Slayer is really good. You know what? I was really cagey on watching a new anime, but it's like, you know what if I just start watching Demon Slayer? 2013? Yeah, well. I think I only watched Madoka Magica like after I got out of university. Right, when I was doing Java programming, right? Because when you're trying to pass CI/CD, that's like 30 minutes. That's enough time for like one episode. Nowadays, it takes far less time, so I only read manga usually. I kind of miss writing Java, actually. I think Java was nice, because you could write kind of bad code and then just kind of rely on the virtual machine to optimize for you. Because I think that's one of the really nice parts about Java, is that the longer you let it run, the more optimized it gets. Generally, sometimes it's impossible for the whatever the VM does to optimize, but for the most part, you know, it'll find a really hot path. If it detects a path is really hot, it'll optimize it for you, which is really nice. Want to recap? You could watch the first two. I'm not gonna watch the first two movies. I watched the third movie. Watch the third movie was the continuation. Maybe I'll watch the third movie. The third movie was called this. Can I find it here? Part 3. Is it on any list so I can add it to my list? Madoka Magica. This looks like the movie. Or is this... What's the name of it? This is the movie 3. Let's add it to status plan to watch. It's on any list? Yeah, I guess, yeah. Part 3, I suppose, is what I need to watch. Part 3 Rebellion. Yeah. And it's by Shaft, so can't be too bad. I guess it's on my list of things to watch. Are you happy? Yeah, I mean, the show was very good. It's surprising. It's very surprising in like an Attack on Titan type of way. Well, let me see. So there's a loader util. And then there should also be a... What's the opposite of loading? Maybe this should just be like file util. But it's not really like a file kind of thing. Yeah, you know what? I suppose this should be called like file util. That's more accurate to what it's actually doing. But it's gonna break a bunch of stuff. File util. This is now deleted. Yes, I know. File util. And then we go to presets. Keep that saved. Go to default runner, which I have open here. This is going to be ultra broken, which is fine. Where is loader util? So in runner, this should be file util. It's going to break. Oh, actually, no. I have not changed the name of loader util yet. Or file util to loader util. So file. Give that a save. Give this a save. And then default runner needs to change as well. So this should be a file util, not util. Anime trackers are interesting. I think they are interesting, which is why I like AnyLists, because it's nice UI, so you can just look at it. Hold on, there's Slime VR. We'll get around to it. The AnyList, if you want to look at my AnyList, it's on my Discord as well, by the way. Let me see if my bot is alive. My bot is alive. Check it out. Not always true. But in my general information, I do have an AnyList. Look at that. Boom. If you want to look at whatever the heck I've been looking at. I think I still put real life, you know, pretty high up. Real life, very good. The manga is way better though, because the manga doesn't skip a bunch of stuff. Look for the stuff I've been looking at. I'm not really into it. I think if you're talking about slice of life, I've got bad news for you. I don't watch slice of life, or I generally avoid slice of life. I need a plot, right? I need a plot to move me along. I need a plot. If there's no plot, then I pretty much immediately lose interest. But if you got something that has like an actual plot, I'm into it. I'll put it on my list. You watching my AnyList? Yeah. I mean, do you have an AnyList? Let me see. That's what I said 5 messages ago. But you didn't link anything though. I mean, I read it, yeah. I read your thing, but it's like I don't. Why I can't look at your AnyList, right? Because you said 3 messages ago. You can also look at the stuff I've been looking at, but you never linked your AnyList, so I can't look at it. Which is what I was responding to. You can link it. But if you don't link it, I have no idea. Unless, I guess I could just search you. I could Google it, but I'm not going to Google it. I'm sorry. Because I'm currently in the middle of something else, by the way. You know? Anime is alright. I'm glad it's become more mainstream. If not file exists, then we want to return file not found. Then we'll pass along the path. And since this is a file util, we should also do static function file exists. Given a file handle. Hello, Needle Mouse, how are you? Hello, hello, hello. How are you? Oh, you know what? There's no reason for me to wrap this. Since it's a single line, it's the exact same thing. Wanna die? I'm trying to configure Qtile. What's Qtile? Is it like Qt something? Qtile? A hackable tiling. Oh, it's Qtile! The one written in Python! I've seen this before. User just lots of anime. Oh no. 8 to 10 very good. 5 to 7 regular. 1 to 5 horrible. Finish 100 animus. It's Desh, probably. You've only watched 14.4 days of anime. How many have I watched? I've watched 46, although I suppose that you probably have a lot of animes you don't have listed. Okay, well, you know, how do I look at your anime list? What's your planning? Probably not. Maybe I saw this on Hololive. JoJo, no. K-On, no. Kaguya is on my list. Another one. Yeah. I've seen Qtile before. I thought it was cool it was written in Python, but it also seems like it was very slow. Kakeguri, not very good. I'm not watching this. Not watching this. Maybe watching this. Not watching this. Maybe watching this. This one looks interesting. I don't like this guy. Not watching this. Maybe. Anything that looks like slice of life, I'm just not into it, dude. I'm sorry. Friend game. Yeah. I don't know. Qtile. Yeah, I have seen Qtile before though. But it's just frustrating. I'm trying to add an auto start to Qtile's fast window manager. I don't know. It's written in Python. Python is slow. But I guess it's just configured in Python, and then the base is actually written in C. Actually, bring me back. What is Qtile? Where's the source? GitHub. No, it's all in Python, huh? What is a link against? libqtile. What is it link against? Where's Qtile? Qtile. Where's init? Is it just in init? Def init. Global Qtile. Qtile is Q. Heh? Command? It's actually fast? Well, I think they're all fast. They're all fast as long as they're linking against C++, but this doesn't appear to have any C code in it, which seems interesting. Yeah, this doesn't seem correct. I mean, this looks correct, but I don't know. Seems interesting. But I don't know, like how is this even linking against X11? So like there's the bin. So OS path, so this is the file, blah blah, this directory, base directory, lifecycle scripts main, libqtile scripts main. Then we run main, where main comes from libqtile scripts main. So we can look at what it's linking against. Libqtile scripts main, this one. I see you're still planning to watch School Live. Oh, I haven't updated my AniList in a while. What's School Live again? Arg parse, that's a good one. So, hey, configuring Qtile is easy, but I just make it hard so I don't know how to configure it. Oh, that's Python, right? So anything is technically valid in Python. Subparser, what the heck? Options, func, options. This looks interesting. I don't know. There's a log level. There's Qtile, sure. Version, yeah. Add subparsers, sure. Subcommand. I don't really know what it's doing. But I don't know. I don't see any C++ code, and I don't see any links to any like X11 libraries, so I think my original opinion still stands. Probably pretty slow. Succubus manga is still suspicious. The Succubus manga is very good. It subverts your expectations. It's a subversion of what you would expect to happen. It's very good. It's very wholesome. You can come back to me and then say like, oh no, you're a liar. But no, it is wholesome. My last try trying to configure QTOP, if I fail, I just go to VSPWM or maybe even i3. I like i3. i3 is nice. New Twitch global emote. What is it? Butterfinger. You know, sponsored, ad, shill, sellout. I like Butterfingers though. They taste good. They always get stuck in my teeth though. I think a lot of things get stuck in my teeth actually. Like whenever I eat beef jerky, it just hurts my teeth. That's why like whenever I go backpacking, which is where you carry your tent on your back and you just sleep on the trail, I almost never take beef jerky. There was I'm trying to think of it. It was like a honey. It's not a honey bun, but it's like a honey something. Some sort of like, it was like a gummy, like a gummy bear chew that I would prefer over like beef jerky. So it didn't have any protein, but it had a ton of sugar, like super condensed, and like a ton of carbohydrates as well, which is pretty sick. But yeah, Butterfingers, no. I like eating them like once a year. Otherwise, they make my teeth hurt. This is you avoid slice of life anime manga. I avoid ecchi looking. It's not ecchi though. I mean, it is ecchi, but it's not. It's not lewd. I mean, it is lewd, but it's not like. It's not pornographic. Like, would I show my parents it? No. But would I say it's a good manga? Yes. I think my parents might judge me. Hold on. AMCM metadata. Hold on. I should not be... I can pull data directly, but here I need to do model configs is equal to AMCM get data model config. So we'll grab everything here, get data. I can guarantee this exists. So that's a dictionary. Are you not being a duck? Oh, sorry. I was still on the anime girl. I don't know. I like using the anime girl. It catfishes people into viewing the stream. Although I do prefer the duck because it makes me feel less self-conscious, even though none of them are how I actually look. You might be surprised that I'm not actually an anime girl, nor am I guess, a regular girl. I think the only thing that's kind of girlish about how I carry myself is probably my laugh. I've had that described to me as being kind of girly, but I am very bald. You know? The duck is free and open source though. If you download the program as it is on GitHub, you can grab the duck for yourself. And you too can join the duck squad. That's not what I usually call it. I don't really have a name. You can join the ducklings. I don't know. Pick a pet name and then you can be it. Model configs. And then we'll want to push this. So model configs erase. We'll erase our name. Erase name, and then we'll do am pub sub publish. So we'll publish directly on this thing with the model configs, and that's the new thing we want to send. And then we'll pass along the ID as well. So when I run this again, have a lot of errors, that's fine, we'll just ignore it. So delete, we should get error presets, config is currently in use. It's beautiful, it works. Okay, so let's implement the last button. It's important to test out the error conditions first, in my opinion. On button pressed. So load, delete, and then there should also be, actually it's not gonna be here, it's gonna be presets. What was it? What did it look like? So we go to screens, GUI. I guess presets is only a pop-up, I suppose. So preset name, blah, blah, presets, which is where we are. And we don't actually need to hold on to the button either. Although we should. Yeah, let's hold on to it. We toggle the page and then we'll set up the preset, I suppose. So this is, there's the line edit and then there's save. Okay. So I think we do need to hold on to line edits. Yeah, we do. Oh, well, actually, no, we don't. So this is new preset line edit. And then there is all right, so those are our two things. We just need to connect them, that's fine. The line edit we do need to hold on to for a bit longer. So we'll do new preset line edit, connect. So there's a few things. There is text changed and then text entered. So they are very similar in how they work, but they take a differing amount of arguments, which is kind of tough. So text changed. On text entered, we just won't do anything, I suppose. On new preset text changed. I guess we can pass along the line edit or new preset. Yeah, I suppose, like, even though I talk a lot of, do kids nowadays still say ish? That's what we used to call it. Or actually, that's not how dudes used to call it, but that's how some girls used to call it. Some ladies used to call it. Instead of saying, you know, cover your ears if you're not into cussing, but instead of saying shit, some people would just call it ish. Yeah, I think that's how I've been told my speech is kind of girly. Sometimes I'll just use the kind of lighter way of cursing. Of course, I don't usually say ish. I don't even know if people still say that though. That's how out of touch I am. He says, talking as if he's like super old. You know, I went to a, or actually no, I recently found out that all my coworkers are in their 40s except for one dude who's like in his late 30s. I'm like, man, it's been so long since I've worked with anybody who was my age. It's been, and I've only been working like as a real adult for like 5 years, 4 years, no, 5 or 6 years, 5.5, we'll call it. It is crazy though. I thought everyone was like closer to my age, but that's not true. At this point in my life, I really don't know how to interact with people my age, especially in the workplace. It's weird, you know? Yeah. So we'll hold on to all of these. Now I feel old. Oh, are you in your 30s? I got bad news for you. I'm pretty young. I'm sorry. But I am pretty young for, I guess, the kind of work that I do. Why are you streaming at 60 FPS? Is there a way for me to change it from 60 FPS? I've changed my bit rates. So if you look at my settings, I don't really mind showing my settings. Nothing really important there. Is there a way for me to stream not at 60 FPS? Yeah. Where is it? Oh, it's this video output. So I guess I can change it. I can change it to 30 FPS, I suppose. Here, I guess I've never checked it. I've only checked stream. And then I changed my video bitrate to be 4,000. Yeah, that's fine. I'm still gonna stream at 60 FPS because my computer can handle it, right? I've not dropped any frames. Is it framey for you? How do most people do it? I thought most people stream at 60 FPS. In the Twitch dashboard, I don't have any option for me to, you know, not stream at 60 FPS. I think only once you become partnered do you get the ability to change that. Yeah, I don't know. I stream at 60 FPS because I can handle it, but if you can't handle it, maybe I will take it into consideration. Stream is good. Text sometimes gets blurred. Well, I guess if you want to check out what I'm like currently doing, you would be better off just looking at the repository. Because I almost always push whatever I'm doing to the repo. So there is the main virtual puppet project repository. Which doesn't really have all that much stuff, right? So if we go to, I can't start it just yet because I have an error. Yeah, so there's not too much stuff in the virtual puppet project repository. There's Vpupper, Puppeteer, which needs to be yeeted at some points. And then there's Godot Cubism, which is more important. Real-time lip sync, which is what I'm currently using for the catfishing model. But then if you go to me, I don't really know what Koro Wachino does, or Cappy, if you will. They did do the eye facial mocap stuff, but I do a lot of other stuff. So I wrote a thing for OBS. I wrote a package manager for Godot, verbal expressions ports of GD scripts, which is based off of the global verbal expression stuff, which is based off of the Java implementation, but they never responded to my email, so I couldn't move my repository under their organization. So it's just under me for now. Yeah, so, I mean, here's me if you want to follow me. I work on all types of Godot-related things. Now that Tori might be interesting if you're into JavaScript. It's a Rust-based backend. It's meant to compete with Electron. So I wanted to work with some of this in the future. I like Rust. Rust is nice to use. AOT compiled, oh baby. I know that you can also AOT compile JavaScript, but you know, whatever. Button disabled. Hold on, we can do this in one step. Button disabled is equal to text empty, I suppose. Well, actually, no. We need to check to see if var is disabled is equal to text empty. Something like that. But then we also need to check to see if the name currently exists. There's a name for that electron alternative. Hold on, we can find it. Tori. So there's Tori. This is Rust. We'll just drop it into chat. If you want to drop links in the chat as well, that's cool. There's Tori, but then there's also Dioxys, which is built on top of Tori as far as I understand. So Tori is if you want like to do your own front end and back end, whereas Dioxys is just if you just want to do your own back end, right? And then you'll just use Rust to write your front end as well. Whereas Tori, you can have a Rust back end and then do your own JavaScript front end as well. So, which is why I'm focusing on Tori, because I know that there's some good JavaScript stuff you can do. Lots of really good JavaScript libraries that I can rely on for like, you know, this application. Like the VRM support in JavaScript is really good. But the tracker support and passing data to it is kind of a pain, which is where, you know, the Rust backend would come into play. But Dioxys I also want to look into. But this isn't really for, you know, graphic stuff. This is more for just like UIs, for cross-platform UI. Yeah, Tori is cool. Dioxys is also cool, but Dioxys looks like it's more meant for like tooling, whereas Tori looks like it's more meant for full-fledged applications, which is, you know, also cool. I'm looking into it. I would like to see if I could get something working like this in Tori. Because, you know, there's this Collidio face. If I could get something like that working in Tori at about, you know, this level of performance and optimization, I think that could be really cool. Yeah. Like, I don't just do GD scripts. Contrary to popular belief, I do more than just GD scripts. I also do Golang, Rust, Java, pretty much any JVM language besides Clojure. I do Python. I would like to learn more Clojure. I've never had an opportunity to use it. I'm learning Elixir and OCaml. Haskell I tried, but you know, Haskell is a bit too much for me. I'm a bit too small brain for Haskell. AMCM get data model configs. Why OCaml? Did you know that Rust was originally, or at least the front end for Rust was originally written in OCaml? And I was like, wait a minute, really? So does that mean like the front end for your language could really be written in whatever you want? And then as long as your back end for your language is written with, you know, utilizes LLVM, then, you know, it doesn't really matter. No. Rust was originally written in OCaml. This is true. Rust OCaml. You might not believe me. You might not believe me, but OCaml front end. Rust. The first version of Rust did use OCaml. If you can find that stuff. I don't really feel like it, but you can find the history of it. The first version of the Rust front end was written in OCaml. I believe you. Okay, I thought you were disagreeing with me, but which is like, I don't know, like if it was written in OCaml, because OCaml has a very strong type system, so I was like, oh, that's cool. I don't really get how to write functional code, but I'm sure I could learn. So we have model configs if text in model configs keys, or actually is wait is hold on. let's restructure this. So we have our model configs. Is disabled is equal to text empty or text in model configs keys. Yes. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it, right? So we just need to check to see if text is empty, true. So we short circuit. Or actually, no, that, yeah, it doesn't short circuit. If it's false, it short circuits. If it's true, it goes on to the next one. So if the text has some text, it's not empty. But if it is in model configs keys, then it'll be true. Yes. And then button disabled, whatever. Yeah. And here, we've passed it along as a function argument here. So on button pressed. So it's only pressable if there is text. I suppose I do need to do this. Or actually, no, we can do this. We can just manually fire the function on new preset button pressed. So we have the new preset button, new preset line edit, like that. So we don't even need to change any states in the editor. I actually really dislike doing any configuration in the editor. The only configuration I like to do in the Godot editor is like UI, which I hate doing entirely via code. You know, it's hard to see what your UI, or it's hard to imagine what your UI is going to look like just based off of code in my experience. You know, having a visual associated with it is really, really helpful. But I think if you're trying to wire up the logic, you should do it all via code. Or at least if you're gonna wire stuff up, you should only do it via the GUI or do it via code. You should not mix the two. Otherwise it gets very confusing. But if you ever look at any like big Godot projects, people tend to mix the two, which makes it very hard to figure out how things work. New preset button pressed. Button. Actually, we don't need to have the button. There's no reason for the button. Yeah, we only need to have the line edit passed in. Okay, so here, if you want to create a new preset, want to var model. The reason why sometimes you'll see me miss like some punctuation or like an underscore is because of my keyboard, by the way. It's because I'm using a 48% keyboard, which means that it only has 48 keys on it. And actually 2 of them are for my spacebar. I have no number keys, but I do have layer keys. I have 3 layer keys. Actually, technically I have 4 layer keys. I have a function key, layer down, layer up, and then if you press layer up and layer down, you access the 4th layer. How cool. So actually, there's technically 5 layers, because there's the, I suppose there's just the default layer. All right, so on new preset button pressed, new model config model. Do I have any code to copy a model config from one to the other? So these are all just base config stuff, but do I have a duplicate function? I kind of dislike having these inherit from resource, but maybe that might make sense in this instance. So what does this give you? This gives you duplicates. Yeah, maybe it makes sense to duplicate it. But then you also need to duplicate the sub-resources. That's fine. Okay. We can change this to inherit from a resource, I suppose. I'm not sure if this is going to break anything, though, which is what I'm concerned about. So if I change that to inherit from resource and I run every single test again. What? Non-existent function error in base nil. What do you mean? Really? Eh? What do you mean? How? Huh? What? Do resources set up earlier than... What? Ooh? What? Hold on. What? What the heck? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. 48's, parser error. Function signature doesn't match the parent's. Parent signature is abstract manager gets singleton string. That's true. We have an error somewhere. Well, no, that's fair. Ha. One of my singletons is messed up. Sure. Hold on. One of my singletons doesn't make any sense. Temp cache manager doesn't have a singleton. Notification manager doesn't have any tests associated with it. This doesn't have any singleton stuff, but I should add it. Logger is not a singleton. Log manager is a singleton. What did it fail on? What the heck? Ooh. Abstract manager. Okay, so abstract manager doesn't match parents. How? What? Run all. Parent signature as abstract manager get singleton string. I guess in the abstract manager we can just take this out. That's fine. We can just assume. We can pretend. Get singleton variant. 48. Where the heck is this, the stack trace doesn't have anything in it. No, this is the other tracking system you mentioned? Oh, baby. I've seen many ones. Oh, no. What the heck is this? Please, no nudity. Is it mocap for all? It's not mocap for all, is it? That doesn't seem right. I thought this one was just regular mocap. You missed it? Did I miss it? Where is it? Go back up. Okay. Scroll down slowly. Yeah, I thought, yeah, no, mocap for all is not, it doesn't use like printouts, right? It just uses multiple cameras. I'm familiar with mocap for all. But what I'm talking about, look at the account picture. Sora, ki, ie, something, migi, or possibly Stone Lion, kai, I don't know. I don't know how to read it. VR Rapo. Rapo? What? Rabo. Oh, VR Lab. Okay. I don't know what this says. This is Sky. I only know how to say this character in Japanese. This one I know in both Chinese and Japanese. I don't know how to read this one. This one is made up of the characters rights, yo, and then kai. Yo, kai. I don't know. See how they print that QR thing you put on the ground? Is it this one? Which one is it? Is it this one? Probably not. Is it this one? Where? Profile picture? I don't know what I'm looking. Oh, is it this one? The header picture. I feel like it's not this one though. I feel like I was looking at a different one. Yeah. Like I'm familiar with mocap for all. This is also another one I was thinking about because mocap for all supports multiple webcams. Right? Okay, so this doesn't work. Parser error, function signature doesn't match the parent. Where is this failing though? It's here, you're not allowed to partial double it. Do I just need to regular double it? But I feel like there was a reason why I didn't regular double this. No. But I have no idea. It's something here. Function signature doesn't match the parent, but abstract manager shouldn't it shouldn't matter though. Is it because it's an abstracts class? What's going on here? The problem is I don't know what it's called. Because when it doubles, it creates a virtual file that does not stick around. Hold on, abstract manager, setup log. So we're not able to get past this part specifically. So once we partial double it, everything breaks. I mean, I guess that's fine, right? So if we do something like this and we just comment everything out, so we don't double it, so we just run absolutely nothing at all, but then we run all. Okay. Are you not allowed to double? So I know config manager also has no. What? Okay, hold on. Abstract manager. Comment all of this stuff out. Oh, hello. What is this app? This app is this app right here. So I wrote this, by the way. You can find the entire thing here. I don't have this in the most ergonomic of places, but here. The current version, this is the rewrite that you can find at Virtual Puppet Project Vtuber. There's the UN. You might notice that this GitHub profile has the same profile picture as my stream avatar, or not my stream avatar, but my Twitch profile picture, because it is the same person. Oh baby. Yeah, so it's all free and open source, blah blah blah. I'm trying to get everything done before the Godot Show Real 2022 submission thing ends. So we're getting around to it, etc., etc. Oh, it's here. So here everything starts to break when we start doing like doubling. Or pretty much anything where we double stuff, things break, which is unfortunate. Yeah, really? Does this pass? Where the heck does this fail? So bring me back. Extension manager. Oh, extension manager also has this stuff. But yeah. So I'm working on props and stuff. So the idea is that you'll be able to attach props. It came to me basically in a dream, but it's not really. I was just going for a run, which is where I have all my best ideas. So actually, VC Face, which is generally the leading contender in the space for VTubing software, actually had prop support after I did. I had it first, but I think they only have support for 2D sprites, which I'm not sure actually how they've implemented it, but I have an idea for how to implement 3D models as well, which is a bit more complicated. So it's based off of, one, I need to dynamically figure out what vertex is under your cursor. And then we can take the normal of that vertex, aka the normal is whatever direction is facing out from the model. We figure out the normal, and then we can kind of tag whatever you want to that vertex based off of the normal vector. And then we can rotate it also based off of that normal vector. So I think I can get that done before end of day tomorrow. This is all work done for the 090 release. It's gonna be tough though. All right, let's. Hold on. If we do all of this stuff. Or I wonder if I just go here, bum bum bum. Hold on, I think there's a way for me to fix this. I think there's a way for me to fix this. So, because I want my test to run. Just, what a pain. I wonder how Guts is actually running this stuff. So we run this. The double doesn't work. But I also have no idea what the heck is even being loaded here. Man. But I like having access to singletons. Alright, well, we can take out the singleton stuff, since I already have a singleton manager. Alright, so who's actually using this? Default runner is using the singleton manager, but we can, you know, just kind of pretend we're not. It's one of the big pain points of Godot is that Godot doesn't like it when you come up with fancy workarounds. But of course this works. App manager. No, get singleton. That's fair. This one, config manager, we can get rid of this. No more setup singleton. Extension manager, no more setup singleton. I prefer to have singletons though. But no, we can just have my app manager hold on to them. That's fine. No more singleton stuff. Notification manager, no more singleton stuff. And temp cache manager. So I think that solves everything. There's no more get singleton. No more set up singleton either. There is a tear down, but actually we can take that out. No reason to tear it down. No reason to also have a self. And then in... Where's my app manager? App manager. On tree exiting, we don't need to tear down anymore because that is no longer valid. So then when we run all, okay, beautiful. Do you have any Twitch integration like chats? I mean, you see a Twitch integration kind of scrolling across your screen, right? So like I wrote this in Godot. You can find it here. Let me see if my bot has crashed yet. My bot's not written in Godot, but it is. This is written in Godot. So friendly potato stream. I don't remember why I called it that. I think that was just one of the suggestions from GitHub for what to call my repository. And I was like, you know what? That's a great name. I love it. Yeah, so you can do this. We can turn this person upside down. I guess it's not as visible, but yeah, you can be upside down if you want. Because of how I'm actually scaling you up and down. Because Godot has an abstraction for sprite scale, so I either increase your sprite scale by 0.1 or I just minus 0.1 from it. So you can actually have negative sprite scale in Godot, which makes sense. Yeah. But for this application, no, there is no Twitch chat integration, but it shouldn't be too hard to do. Since I've already written it once, running it again shouldn't be hard at all. Although it might be, I don't know. It's always a little bit of hubris to say things are just gonna work out how you think they're gonna work out. All right, yeah, this is gonna break because this is not valid. So model configs. Let me see, model config, I need to change this to be a resource. Or no, base config. But then I ran into that issue with the other thing. So resource. Yeah. It's weird though how this sets up way earlier than everything else, huh? Okay. We can switch things around if I want to make this a like no, loggers must connect to the pub sub. What the heck? So I can't just start it, but then what is the result? Result error 1 null. Yeah. You never want to see error 0 because that means it's an unexpected error, which means we don't know what to deal with it. But error 1 is null data. What the heck is this? What is the thing I'm working with? Oh, it's resource. Oh, okay. So ignored properties. Where am I using ignored properties? Ignored properties reference. Let's hit it with a really quick find and replace. Let's do it like ignored properties. That's fine. Well, actually, right before that, let's make sure there's only these three. Yeah, okay. Ignored properties reference. Replace all of these. That's fine. And we'll go to global constants. So reference resource. Don't pull that either. Should be fine. So you load this, boop, boom, cool. All right, so now this is global constant. We don't care about this. Here, model config, base config. This should be a resource. That's fine, which means here in, where is it? Presets? Model config is equal to cm model config duplicate true. New model config. Yeah, there we go. And then am pub sub publish. I think it's model configs. model configs. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Oh, but then I also need to model config. New model config. No, it's not a resource name. What is it called? Model config? It is called config name. Why don't I have code completion? Yeah, so we have text there, and that's pretty much it because we create a new config, basically a copy of whatever you have currently. So we run here, presets, preset name. You should not be able to save here. We're running into a bunch of errors. Invalid ID for, what the heck is this? Oh geez, look at all these tabs. Invalid ID for, where does this come from? Invalid ID for signal payload, yeah. Oh, it's because I need to pass in an ID whenever we are sending a dictionary over the wire. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Model configs, and then all right, so we send that over the wire just so we know which one was changed. Because for a lot of our config files, they are basically key value, but several other things. There's a few things that are actually key to key value, which can be a bit hard to wrap your head around. Oh, so we still possibly ran into an error. Unable to read config at, why? Okay. At config path. At nothing. Okay. Well. What? You shouldn't. What? How many configs do I have? Huh? That should not be valid. So metadata, sure. Oh, what the heck? Yeah, I think that's a mistake. Let's just change that really quickly. Run me again. Yeah. But then this should not be valid. If I do ASDF, hey, there's still an error with presets. Line edit is not used. Actually, this does not need to be passed. We only need to have the button. Oh, and then this should be the button here. Doesn't really matter. Oh, because it needs text. Okay, hold on. New preset, line edits, emit signal, text changed. Yeah, I think that should do the trick. Ignore all the errors that just popped up. Really? Unable to read what? What is saving the config here? Resource local to scene. What the heck? Hold on. All right, this is causing a ton of more problems than I thought it would. All right, Just give me a reference. And then I'll just implement it myself. Because I think what's happening is that I actually don't know. Hold on. Just make this a resource again. We'll go to global config, global constants, and then we'll add that to one of the ignored properties here. Resource to scene. Okay, I'm still not sure where the entire saving thing is going on. Right, because under presets, not this one, this one. Yeah, it's only on text changed. Right, and we connect to that signal here. And then that just sets whether or not the button is disabled or not. But then there's no... I don't know. Well, what happens if I go here? Does this change? This doesn't change. And when you load here, does this change? Nothing changes. Good luck with the deadline. Hey, we're getting there. All I need to do is get props working. Or actually, I don't even need to get props working. All I need to do is get... I just need to cut together a clip. It's fine. We can... Because your tool doesn't actually need to be complete or not. Right? And it only needs to be 10 to 15 seconds, which I can totally do. I'm out. All right, goodbye. Thanks for hanging around. That's weird, though. Oh, is it because resource has a few other things that I just changed? Well, I'm not listening for that. Yeah. I stream Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time, and on Wednesdays from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you want to hang out then, that'd be really cool. If you don't, you know, that's also very cool. Why isn't this working, though? I have a few errors here. Text changed. Method expected 2 arguments we called with 1. Oh, that's true, because I need to pass along... I thought that would just call it for me, but maybe not. So run here. Still running into an error. Cannot convert argument 1 from array to string. Oh, is that not how that works? Oh, because I need to manually pass these if I'm doing it like this. Okay. I don't usually manually call a signal, a built-in signal on a function, which is why I'm more confused than I usually am. That's weird, though. What's going on here? Cannot convert argument. Oh, this is a var args thing? What a pain. Okay. Now it's fine. Maybe not. What the heck? Expected 2 arguments, but called with 3. I'm gonna lose my mind. All right. Luckily, it's really quick to check. Nope, still the same error. Cannot convert argument 1 from object to string. Excuse me? Presets 200. Is that not how you do it? Is that not how I was doing it? I'm confused. Method expected 2 arguments, yeah, but called with 3. What are the 3 arguments? But then if you look at the previous error, I was getting on new preset text change, cannot convert argument 1 from object to string. I guess I can just do this. Instead of emitting the signal, we can just do... That'll work as well. That's about equivalent. Yeah, okay. Well, that works. Wait, ASDF. What does save do? New preset, blah, blah. Give that the old save. And then this actually does need to update. But if we go here. That's what's happening. Okay. Don't do this. This is not valid. So it's saving it as just the direct config, but it should just be the config path. Config manager. What's going on? So this publishes it according to the correct key, which should be metadata changed here. So it's data, 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 signal payload, else data, and then model configs. Eh? Just type in some garbage. It'll give it a save eventually. Just gotta wait for it. Yeah, and then this just gives me the entire config file. Eh? Yeah, and then it saves it again, which makes sense. Oh, thank you very much, Anonymous Chatter, for the follow. Like, this is correct. Why is it saving it like this? That's your metadata, sure. Oh, it's because of this. This is not actually a model config. This should be a path to a model config. Okay, yeah. So this is wrong. Just hold it there for now. Static func save file at path. File text, some sort of string. We'll return a result. So there's your file new. We'll return a result okay for now. And then we'll just, it doesn't matter, right? Because we're just gonna open the path anyways. So if file open path file right is not okay. Turn results error. File write failure. Then we'll do file store store string file text, something like that. And then just because, we'll do a file close, just in case. You never know. Okay. So this should be file util save file at path. So this should be Don't I already have something for this? Save data. No, that's not how you do it. Save file at path. So all user configs are always stored at... Where do I save my data at? Save to file? Save data path. Okay. So I really should be going through my config manager when I'm saving data then. Okay. Okay. Well, we can do this. We can reuse this, and then we can also reuse the file util as well, since these do roughly the same thing. Yeah, these are actually almost the exact same thing. Oh, these are exactly the same thing. Oh, nice. Okay, so save data. We can change this to take a like some sort of data, just some sort of string. Then here, if data is empty, then data is equal to model. Well, actually, we can just do it here, right? Not. Yeah, so save to file, data, if not data, empty, else, blah, blah. So that should just work. Let's run it through, run all. Okay, cool. This one, save to file. Where do I use save to file? I use it in several places. All right, so we can wrap everything here. So this would be like return file util save file at path. And then path data, something like that. So then we just get rid of all of these, although I'm not really sure what the path is for here. Oh, okay, that's what the path is for. Yeah, I think that'll work, huh? Give me a really quick test. Run all really quickly. What do you mean? Do I have an error somewhere else in my program? Unable to load runner. Does App Manager have a problem with it? Any errors? No? Okay, sure. Okay. Sure. All right, sure. Still a few errors. Tracking data interface. Failed to parse scripts. Dummies, tracking backend dummy. Oh, that still exists, huh? Tracking backend dummy. Get data shouldn't be here. I don't really remember what this is supposed to be doing, but get data is no longer a thing. Tracking backend interface now has a few things though. Tracking backend dummy. So there's is listening. Oh, is listening is not valid anymore actually. I suppose actually this is fine. These are all the same. Okay. That's fine. Run me again, just to make sure that we're all green. Okay. So then we'll go to presets, and then we won't call the file detail directly. Instead, we'll use amcm save data. Then we have amcm config manager save data. Yeah, some sort of data, and then that should just save it properly. Oh, it's because the config name. Oh no, okay. Because it's based off of the current config name. Okay, so this is the data name, some sort of string. Hold on. So that's fine. So we'll do this. Data name if data like that, yeah. So that will just work. Run all really quickly just to make sure. Hey, invalid get index parameters on base extension. What do you mean? What? What? This seemed a bit weird. I should not fail. Especially since I just ran it twice and nothing happened, but okay. Alright, so this should be config name, and then also new model config to like to string. Don't all model configs implement this. So if we go into base config, there should be get as JSON string. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. So this gives you a result, right? Save data gives you a result. So if result failed path result, actually this should just be result. Logger error to log string res, and then we'll just return really quickly. Return nothing. Otherwise, this is now valid. So res unwrap. So I think that should work as long as there's no garbage here. So we go into here, presets, ASDF, save. Nothing shows up here just yet, but then we'll close it. Go here, 0. Very good. Well, that won't load in at all. Why is this returning a number? I should not be returning a number. File util save file up path. Oh, okay. There we go. Easy. Run me. Presets. ASDF. Save. Close to force a save. Here. Should just have. What is going on? So I mean that's the path. We can look at my file system. Why not? app data, roaming, Godot, app user data, Vpupper, virtual puppet project. Oh, actually, it's not going to be here. It's just going to be here in export. So there's ASDF, and yeah, that looks about right. We can kill this. JSON doesn't need to be here. Why is it not saving it properly, though? Did I not save it here? File util, switch to runner, save file at path, remove file at path. So that path should be right. Okay. Config manager. And then, yeah, this structures it correctly. No? Maybe it just takes one more try. Because nothing looks wrong here. It's still a 0, huh? Alright. So I need to go to presets, and then we just need to stare at this. Because I'm not getting any errors, am I? Or, you know, try to load model an empty path. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. We can check this. So, presets, ASDF, my favorite one. What is inside of res? Value 0. Really? Alright, run me again. So we can go into this. Get as JSON string, yeah. Saving data. Data name. Oh, it's because this doesn't return. This doesn't return a path. This returns okay. That's why it's not giving me anything. Because I'm not calling file util directly. I'm going through the app manager. Okay, well, I think that makes sense. Which means all I need to do is return this result. That's fine. Because, yeah, both of these just return save to file anyways. And then whenever I call save data, it doesn't really matter. We usually just discard the thingamajig. Yeah, that's fine. Run me, presets. We just want to check to see if this even saves properly. So we close this. And then once it saves properly, it's trivial to load it back in. Yeah, okay. Beautiful. Cool. Well, I have stuff to do, so I will be live tomorrow from probably earlier, because tomorrow is the last chance that I have to do anything on this before I have to record a pretty quick 1-minute video of just demoing this application. Not actually this application, but this application, which is about the same. It's a bit rougher around the edges, although it looks a lot cleaner. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. I'll be live tomorrow from probably 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time working on this again. If you want to find the project, or if you want to check out the project, it's free and open source, available on GitHub, available at this URL. The current release is this application, but, you know, whatever. If you have, you know, if you need like a real-time dialogue, I'm on Discord. There's a Discord here. I am available to just talk via GitHub issues, although I really prefer not to because it's kind of tough. Stream Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time, and on Wednesdays usually from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time, but I'm on a time crunch, so I'll be working earlier. Yeah, that's gonna be it for me for today. Let's find someone to raid, I guess. Who is streaming right now? I don't know. Let's raid Nova. They're doing some Godot stuff as well, doing some post-jam work on presumably some sort of game jam game. But yeah, I'll be live tomorrow, 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time, probably. I'll see you then. Join the Discord. Give me a follow ban already. Helps out a lot. And yeah, get sense. Goodbye.